Okay, we're back. No audio delays. All right, so let's start by, I'll make like a small selector with like 8 characters because that should be enough to get through this problem here. So the way that I'm going to do this, I have to encode this string down here as basically as numbers, which is a little bit annoying, but I think I can do so using a little program that I was using the other day that had to do much the same thing. So let me, gosh, fix my camera yet again because the white balance gets screwed up. Okay. Let's hop over to the right monitor for a second and take a look at this program, which will spit out numbers for me. Oh, where did I actually put the advent of code problem? So here is my string. We'll give that a run. It spits out numbers extremely slowly because this is used for educational purposes and doesn't need to be fast, but now it's like really annoyingly slow. And I can have that on hand in OBS. All right, so that's the full length string that I'm working with. And I'll just encode the first several things here to start. So we will put this from 1 to 24. And then we can put, or is, actually I forget, is, yeah, it is 1 indexed. Okay. I couldn't remember if I had done it 1 indexed or not. So 1 to 24. And let's put a bunch of these in. So 13. This is the tedious part, but we get through it. 10. 17. Forgetting the controls here. 2 days away and I'm already forgetting the controls. 10 again. 16, 17, 13. 7 to 12. How many do I have here? Already too many. That's fine. Hook that up to the power on all of these sliders. This is what allows us to actually like select one value at a time. As we step through the selector, it will power on one value slider at a time. All the value sliders will be wired together into the same output node, which allows us to select stuff. Yeah, copying sliders is all I ever do. It's a tedious but necessary step because I just don't have strings. You know, there's just, as far as I know, nothing that lets me programmatically access a string in Dreams. There is the like text displayer node. That's a node that lets you, type in freeform text, and you can like animate through it, but you can't like programmatically access specific characters. Not as far as I know, anyway. So, unfortunately, this is what I have to do. But, it doesn't take that long. It's fine. Let's make our node. wire it up. It doesn't take that long, right? It doesn't take that long, I swear. Hope you're doing well tonight, by the way. So there is our program, so to speak. I guess I have to do the old output node for the total number of things in the program, although this will have to change somewhat as we go on, and we'll need the input node for which one we're going to view, all the bog standard Advent of Dreams setup. So there we go. That is our program. And I guess I will pop this onto that. Just to, here, let me actually get myself a nice big canvas now to build the rest of the program on. So this one I guess I should rename to input. This is what I'm actually going to be reading through. I'll get my iterator, all that goodness. Where's my iterator? Where's it at? Oh, it's right here. Missed it. So the total number of... Oh, I should really name these something, shouldn't I? This is length. And this is letter. So the length of it is going to go into that port of the iterator. The index is going to go into this port of the iterator. The usual. We'll worry about the use and next and reset signals. And based on some stuff that happened to me on Monday, I'm going to be doing something different when it comes to stepping around to the next thing on an iterator. And in fact, let me mess with that now while I'm thinking of it. So, and let me try to explain what I'm thinking here. So I've been having issues where, you know, if I have a bunch of, I've got all my dreams logic that goes in all sorts of complicated paths through my program, right? So, you know, I'll have values coming in from here and like some big, crazy, complex graph that, like, you know, who even knows everything that's going on in here. And eventually, once it gets to the end of logic, once it's done with all its steps or something, I've been wiring it around to next here. So you can see, judging by the flickering, which I didn't really think about when I set up this example. I'll make it real small so that it doesn't hurt anyone's eyes. There's a cycle in the graph now. And I think that this causes problems. So when there's a cycle, there is no obvious place for the dreams engine to start executing logic. Like, if I don't have a cycle in the graph, then this whole thing can be topologically sorted, right? Now, there's this obvious cycle here, but it's a relatively short cycle, and most of the nodes don't participate in it. If we pop open the iterator, you know, we can see all of these nodes are essentially part of the same graph. But again, there aren't any major cycles. You know, this node here, these all flow into here, these flow into here, these flow into here. There shouldn't be any dependency issues when you're executing this, right? You can topologically sort it, and then you can execute them all so that all of a node's inputs are evaluated before you evaluate the node itself. It all propagates in a fairly predictable way. However, when you have a wire that circles around to an input. Now things start to go crazy. And the reason that they do so is because now, like, you know, this node is hooked up to all these, is hooked up to all these. It like actually creates potentially a really big gnarly cycle that kind of, now your whole program is kind of just one big cycle. And my hunch with a lot of the weird bugs that I've been seeing over the past couple solutions that I've done, my hunch is that the bigger my program gets, the more stuff ends up on a cycle, and the more likely it is that the runtime is going to break a cycle in a bad place. That it's just going to start executing logic somewhere in like the middle, and I'm going to get baffling behavior, just completely nonsensical behavior, which is what I was seeing yesterday. Yesterday I fixed an issue, like tons of bugs in my program, by deleting that wire, which just, that real, like the fact that that like really changes the behavior of my program is why I think that I have these cyclical execution issues, right? Because the presence of this just puts more stuff on a cycle, and I guess causes it to break cycles somewhere else, and so it's all bad. You know, I don't want that. So what I think I'm gonna do is, when I want to step around to the next iteration of something, I'm gonna try using a wireless transmitter, so that which basically, well, I mean, it's literally wireless, right? So my hope is that logic execution will always start here, you know, that like it'll still, all my logic will basically flow left to right just like I want it to. Any cycles I have will be very minor, not on the critical path of execution, so that like fundamentally it shouldn't be able to start somewhere in the middle, because it would mean that it could never get back up to the top. So small cycles should be okay, but the rest of it, yeah. The main thing that I have to figure out though is, I mean, it probably doesn't actually matter for what I'm doing today. If I set both of these, this wireless transmitter and wireless receiver, if I set this up and I wire a switch into the transmitter here, so especially if I put this on the everywhere scope, you can see it is transmitting right now. It's a wireless wire. And it's working just because the transmitter is broadcasting everywhere in the scene, and the receiver is receiving everywhere in the scene. Now, the issue is, I think I want to see if I can restrict it. Let's see, does this, first of all, so right now, despite the wireless transmitter not being on the microchip, it's still transmitting and receiving. However, my understanding is that if I had the microchip in a group of some kind, such as if I grab one of my one of the elves that I've been using, and I grab this microchip and scope into the elf and put the code on there. So now, oh wait, no, let me retry this. I just realized that I wasn't using the scope thing. Okay, no, I think I still do have to do it. So the here scope means that it should work based on groups. I was just looking this up on the Tap Giles documentation before starting the stream here. So supposing we have it there, you can see the transmitter is not receiving. Want to reopen this. And now, if I grab this transmitter and put it in the group, now it is actually sending. So this should be a good general purpose way of sending signals around within my program without using wires and without sort of polluting anything else. If I have multiple instances of like a specific elves program, they'll all stay like contained in terms of this signal sending and won't interfere with each other, which is important. So that's the main thing that I wanted to test out, and it seems good. So let me just reopen the code here. I'm a little bit annoyed that like I wanted it to be like perfectly vertically aligned, you know, but no such luck. Ah, it's so annoying. I can pin it to the screen. That's unfortunately like never what I want. So we will just, did that work? That worked. Well enough. All right, we'll pin that. And now I can keep this open and do the rest of my code. So let's start stepping through this. I'll keep this transmitter and receiver pair around. I'll need it eventually. But for now, I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way and just step through my program and preview the output. So if I grab one of these sliders and change it to view only, now when I run my program, I am able to step through. Oh, that's annoying. Is he like nodding his head? Well, that's a funny consequence, I guess. So it is stepping through the numbers over there, just like I want it to. Okay, this is not going to work, I think. I can't have my program like just changing as I try to look at the cursor. No. Why can't I rotate it? There we go. We'll do that. It'll be just floating above him. Except I have to... These are just problems that you don't have in normal programming. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now everything is nice and predictably placed. So all I think I need to do here, I need to have a buffer of a particular size where basically I'm like, I guess I could do it like ring buffer style, or I could be shifting things down. Point is, I need to actually like remember the last 4 numbers that I've seen and sort of write those into, I think, 4 memory cells. I think that's what'll make sense to do, because I've got the memory cell thing ready to go, and I'm like reasonably confident in it. Why can't I never see these things? I mean, probably because they don't have icons, because they're pure logic. But I think what I'll do is, let's see here. I'm just gonna whip out the old modulus. Or as they call it, remainder after division. I learned it's not a true modulus in that it handles negative numbers differently from the modulus operator. Which, you know, is perfectly reasonable for anybody but a programmer. If we grab the index of this and mod it by 4, then let's see here. Let me start it over. And so 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. That'll be good for like writing into memory cells. You know, because this can just be cell 0, 1, 2, 3, right? And then I can have a whole maze of comparisons on the other side of that, just to see if any of them are equal. But for now, I gotta start by just doing a bunch of, does it equal this, does it equal this, does it equal this? So, you know, if it equals 0, then we'll set that one. If it equals 1, if it equals 2, or if it equals 3. And hook up all these power things. Not power, set. Okay. And I guess I'll just put these here to visualize the output, because I can. Don't know why they're all defaulting to 1. I didn't think I had them default to 1. These all have the right maximum, don't they? Oh, that's right. I actually should set these to have a minimum value of 0, because despite the fact that the program inputs start at 1, I want to be able to actually see the 0 here too. So if I step through this now, 13, 10, 17, 10, and now we're going to overwrite the first one, ring buffer style, 16, 17, 13, 7, yeah, this is awesome. Okay. And I also want to see the index that we are currently on, because that is going to be our actual program output. So I need to put this into a maze of comparisons now. Let's see, what do we have on the, oh no, we don't need a wide calculator for things like the OR gate. They are inherently wide. So I'm not going to be clever. I'm just going to set up a lot of equalses. So if this equals, actually wait, what does the wide calculator have for operations? Nothing I care about. So we're going to have several comparisons for the first thing, right? We're going to have 2 comparisons for the second, because we already compared it with the first, and 1 comparison between these 2, and that should do it. And we'll just stuff all of these into this OR gate. Okay. Now I suppose The fact that they're all 0 is not ideal. But what I think I'll do is only power this node on when the index is greater than or equal to 3. Because, like, we really just don't even need to bother doing these comparisons until that point, right? So let me restart here. So we are oops. I did need to actually be That's annoying. I need to actually have like AND gates on all of these because I only want to pulse the set or to fire the set thing here when the use output of this is also present. That's frustrating, but oh well. I'll make some space here, make some space here, and drop in some AND gates. We'll put that there, I guess. And we'll hook up, let's see, I kind of want to, the wire routing has to be nicer. I just have to drop in an extra node. But that'll do for now. So now this sets 13, then we tick to next, 10, 17, I guess it's a little bit annoying that this thing powered on earlier than I wanted it to. And isn't that just typical? I guess I could have it power on, have this also only power on when the use thing is active. I'm gonna have to collapse some of that down later. Use power. Basically, I'm finding that whenever I have these situations where I need to check, you know, conditionally enable something when blah, 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 you should be using power. But for now, I just don't actually want to. So there we go. Now we've got 13, 10, 17, 10. So if this is lit up, it means two characters are the same, which is actually like the opposite of the value that we care about. You know, we want to advance until index 6. And sure enough, there we go. Now this thing is false. Index 6 means that we're looking at like this number right here. And at that point, 10, 16, 17, 13, that's the point at which we've reached our like start of packet signal or whatever. So that was easy. I will go ahead and hook up just what else is left to make this to make this sort of visually display the results. And then I guess we'll move on to part 2. Part 2 shouldn't, well, we'll see. Advent of Code 2022, day 6. This was called what? Tuning Trouble. Tubing Trouble. So let's, for the sake of this solution, we can set up a, oh, I can actually make this kind of pretty, I think, maybe? I just learned, so here's the thing. I just learned a technique from looking at a media molecule person's Twitter for stepping through characters in a text displayer. So I could like type the string A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And then I might have to look up the tweet to remember everything. Because let's see here. There was something about this. I think that you set it to like right aligned and on the bottom, and then you like shrink it down real far. Like so. And what was it? There's a like fit to something option. Auto fit. Yeah. So then you can like shrink it down like this. You can turn off some of these other properties like shadow and stuff. Oh, what? Okay, I do need that, but I can just like... Oh, you're kidding. Why, you gotta be like that. How did you do this in the tweet? Hold on, I gotta pull this up. Oh, what was his name? I mean, I know his first name. It was Liam. Liam de Valmency. Okay, let me show this tweet. There we go. So he's going through the same setup, right? Right align thing, auto fit thing, box shrinky thing. But then what else did he do? Text box opacity he turns down. Okay. He turned off border and shadow. Oh, he did just do 1% opacity. But that's fine. That's fine. Okay. I mean, I'm annoyed, but it's fine. So it's very, very technically visible. And I guess I could Nobody will notice. Nobody will notice. And now, point of doing that is that I can go to the... Where is it? There's the text animation percentage somewhere here. Where'd they put the animation, eh? Animation speed is not helpful to me. Oh, text animation progress is right there, okay. So if I grab a value slider and hook that up, then we'll be able to make this work. I thought. Okay, what did he do in the tweet? There was probably one other step related to animation stuff. Animation speed of 1. No. That was here. Boo! Why doesn't it work yet? Oh, because I'm not displaying it, that's why. So that's, I mean, that's working except for the part where it's skipping over some letters because I'm only stopping at 10 places in the whole alphabet. If I do this, you can see that I can do it more easily, but also I think that I should hook up, I should make this 1 to, like, well, 0 to 23, 0 to 24. I don't know which it should be. Let's try 0 to 23 first. I think, or no, I'm almost certain actually that it should be 1 to 24. Because I think that when it's at 0, it doesn't show anything. Probably. I think that makes sense. And it needs to get to 100% to show the like final thing in the text. So let's do that. Let's hook it up to a division. We'll divide by 24. Let's hook that up here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Where's L? Why? Did I miss L? No! Come on, dude. M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Z. Wait, I'm stupid. There's 26 letters in the alphabet. Why did I think there were 24? K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay. Well, that's a fun mistake to make. But this is good now, actually, because I can actually set this up as a like letter displayer. And in fact, I can just like save that for myself. I can make a little microchip to hold it. It's pretty simple. I guess I am going to be mildly opinionated and make the text white by default and bold, but it'll be completely possible for people to hop in and change it themselves, should they care. I need a node. is called letter. We can call this letter displayer. And that's really all there is to it. I will color this pink like the text displayer it contains. And yeah, that should basically do it. Oh, it should do it now. And you know what? Since I'm feeling all cool in general, I'm going to put in an uppercase toggle. Oh, convenient. See, did it put... No, it didn't put any text at the end. Okay, so there's lowercase, there's uppercase. And you can just power one or the other on. Simple as that. We'll power one or the other of these, depending. There, so now it's, I guess, a little clunky because they don't share their like positioning or whatever, but it should be fine. Oh, also, I think that it's not really any good if it's going to always be displaying nothing. So I think I need like a default value coming into this node here. Let's grab ourselves a 1. And use that is input wired thing to select a default value. Which I think actually can be as simple as powering this thing on, as well as passing this input across, because, yeah. Because, yeah, how this should work now is if I shouldn't have deleted that other slider. Oh, well, I need to negate this anyway. There we go. So now these things should be displaying 1. Yep. It shows Z when you're hovering over it just because of the text animation stuff, but that is not a major concern. Anyway, let me grab another one of those letter sliders here. And if I hook that up, now it completely ignores that. Good, that's exactly what I wanted. So, we will go ahead and save that as its own creation. Letter displayer. And that'll allow me now to set up multiple of these alongside this. So I'm in fact going to just sort of set them up as like a bank down here, I think. Here, let me start by popping this open and positioning the letters where I want them and all that good stuff. I can make them bigger, I guess. And that'll do, I think. I guess I could turn shadow on. That'll probably look nice. Make it a little more readable in varying conditions. I'll leave it at that. Then I can duplicate it down and hook up these letter values. And, you know, like, move these to different positions. It's annoying that it doesn't show me the text displayers except when I hover over them. They should have, I guess it's because they're all zeros right now. Tell you what, I can just actually play the program out to a certain point, and now they're all stacked up. Isn't that beautiful? So let's just pull them apart here. That one should be in an okay spot. This one, let me turn on precise move. No, not that. Precise move. That's good enough for now. So now, if I'm gonna set up a clock. That's one of my built-in gadgets, that's right. It's not one of those. Clock. Let's put this into next here. The low signal is going to go into next. And by default, this is going to tick very quickly. That's pretty cool to see. But I do actually want it to tick slower. So I just have to hook up a slider to that. Timescale parameter here. Okay, that's pretty nice. Oh, it cuts off the M. That's no good. Time, I guess, to edit source. Hooray. Yeah. And let's hop in here and see what we're dealing with. So let's see. I'm going to actually change the text box opacity down to 0 here so that we can see the entire thing, because I can see it cutting off the M. There we go. That works. No, IJ. Okay, that still works, right? Can I... Oh, I can center it. Well, even better. Do I need the text box opacity to be set to anything? Oh, I do. Okay. Fine, fine. We're gonna make it bigger by default just so that it's more noticeable to users of thing. But we also now, oh, actually I should have, let me do that in a little bit actually, because I need to do the same preview shenanigans here. Actually, that seems fine. This one seems like it didn't have issues. Works. Wonder if this is going to ruin things. We'll find out. Nope. Perfect. Perfect. I can just move that to recenter the text a little bit better. Excellent. Now, when this thing becomes false, when this thing becomes false, that indicates that we've reached the end of... That's not the mode I thought I was in. That indicates that we've received the end of our program, and we should power off the clock. I'm going to do this with a selector to avoid... Oh, and remember what I said at the start of the stream about doing this with wireless transmitters? I refuse to make these big wires back because my hunch is that it ruins program execution. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do wireless receivers and transmitters. So this is going to be the stop signal. I'm going to transmit from over here. Now, annoyingly, I can see yet another thing hooked up to use power here. Or no, not that power, this power. This is, you know, so far so good. I'm curious, on a text displayer, can you actually programmatically configure the placement within the world? I kind of feel like you can't. I don't think you can. And for this, I mean, that's probably for the better. But I'm wondering how I can. Well, what am I saying? What am I saying? I forgot what gadgets are available to me in dreams. Number displayer. Let's display number, shall we? We're going to display the number of the index that we're on. Which I believe is like one. It's like all one indexed in the example Advent of Dreams program. Because it's how many characters need to be processed. So yeah, in their example, my subroutine should report the value 7. So that is what it shall do. But let's set it up to do so. Put it in the scene. There we go. Why is it stuck on 2? Because this thing is stuck on, yeah, okay. Looks a little funky where it's like offset by 1 from the other stuff, but you know, I can hack around that with a little memory cell. Just wedge that in there. Yeah, perfect. And let's see, is the number displayer... It is centering things, so I can just do better centerage. Brilliant. Give that a save, make it slightly pretty, move on to the next thing. I'll just set up the lighting myself again. I was like, should I just pull in one of my old scenes? Nah. But I will grab my snowy rocks again. and set up some cameras and whatnot. Sunlight. Where is it? Let's see, what was the... Yeah, that's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking more for... Yeah, this is fine. Who cares? Who cares? I just want to get this over with. I've got another problem to look at tonight, which means I probably should not... I should probably not do part 2 of this. I should call it on this one and move on to day 7. Even though part 2 awaits, you know, I got day 6 to do something. That's enough. I need to manage my time here. Oh, is that cutting off the top too? How annoying. All right, I can spot a couple problems here. And I don't like any of them. Actually, it's not going to be so bad. I can just move that forward. And that should suffice. That doesn't help with the J's being clipped at the top, and I guess that's the next thing that I can do something about. This shouldn't be too bad. I should be able to hop into the source. Let me just try. Why do I think that there are 24 letters in the alphabet? Okay, that seems good. Likewise for this. You know what? This isn't right at all. Glad that I tested this. Okay, and yeah, it's cutting off the top of the G. Okay. That seems good. We'll save that, update that. And now if we play it out, good. Good, good, good. So let's preview it from the beginning. Hooray. I think that this camera framing sucks because I did it with these overlays on. There we go. Actually, yeah, let's go into play mode and save here. Does that work? Oh, can you not? Interesting. Interesting. Well, we're going to publish this and move on to the next. Advent Code 2022, Day 6, Tuning Trouble. That will be released as public. And yeah. I wish I didn't have to. I wish I could look at part 2, but I really can't. I gotta look at day 7 here. Try to keep up, you know? So, if we take a look at day 7 here, tuning trouble. Or no, what am I saying? No space left on device. You can hear birds chirping and raindrops hitting leaves as the expedition proceeds. Occasionally, you can even hear much louder sounds in the distance. How big do the animals get out here anyway? The device the elves gave you has problems with more than just its communication system. You try to run a system update. Perhaps you can delete some files to make... Oh, no. Oh, no. You browse around on the file system to assess the situation and save the resulting terminal output. Your puzzle input. Why? The file system consists of a tree of files and directories, which can contain other directories. The outermost directory is called /. You can navigate around the file system, moving into or out of directories and listing the contents of the directory you're currently in. Within the terminal output, lines that begin with $sign are commands you executed. CD means change directory, ls means list. Oh my god. Given the commands and output, you can determine that it looks like this. Your first step should probably be to find directories that are good candidates for deletion. Determine the total size of each directory. Is the sum of the sizes of the files it contains directly or indirectly. The total size of the directories can be found as follows. Find all of the directories with a total size of at most 1,000 and calculate the sum of their totals. Oh my god. In the example above, these directories are A and E. The sum of their total sizes. Oh, man. What is the sum of the total sizes of these directories? I don't even know where to begin with this puzzle. I don't even know where to begin. Oh my god. This is brutal. So, let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see. So let me step through this. We've got cd to the root directory. List it. You're joking. You're joking. cd to the root directory, list it. You can list the files here. So the root contains the directory A, which contains these files. It's got the directory D. You can go into A and you can list that. That has more directories in it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We've got, let's see, files in there. So these files are just named F and G. You can cd into E, and you can go back up, and you can cd into D and get that. So, I mean, this is my input. I mean, good lord, there's so many steps to this. So, if I look at the input here, I mean, it's obviously going to be long. I wonder if it navigates in any predictable way. I mean, it probably isn't very difficult, or any more difficult, to handle unpredictable traversal than it is to handle very predictable traversal. But I can see, you know, oh, it CDs to the root. Maybe I'll assume it does that at least. It lists all these, and the directories are GTS, etc. GTS, I see it does first, and that doesn't have any directories in it, and then it goes up, and then it goes into the second directory, which has nothing in it, and then it goes up, and then it goes into the third directory, and then that has more directories in it, and then it does seem to be following a depth first sort of traversal of this structure. So maybe I'll assume that. I mean, like, they certainly wouldn't have to, but they seem to be, so I'm gonna assume that, especially because it works on the example input anyway, and this is already gonna be plenty hard. This is bad, dude. This is bad. But I've got an idea. I've got an idea. We will see where it takes me. Okay, let's get into it. Oh, hi, Lubsang. I am going to die. It's really quiet. Okay, so This is very interesting, this problem. Line by line describing a depth-first traversal of a tree structure and then asking you to sum up the results of it. I mean, that's insane, actually. Now, if I can assume that if I can assume that it's depth first, then maybe I don't have to do a bunch of crazy allocation stuff. Maybe. I think that is true, actually. It's iPad time. Hi, Miss 001. I am doing great. This is far and away the hardest Advent of Code problem to do in Dreams yet. It's like not even close. But hey, that's fine. Let me get my iPad viewing software up and running here so I can sketch out what I'm thinking here. Might take OBS a bit to find it here, so give me a second. I had cropped it, that's right. Okay, there we go. So, we have a structure like so. We have our root directory at the top, and this is going to fan out into other directories. When we list this, we find that we have a directory named A. We have a directory named, we've got two files, I guess, with some sizes. I'm going to just sort of cheat and give the files different names or different sizes than are actually listed here so that I can more easily add them up as I go for the sake of explanation and brainstorming. So this is the file listing for A, and then we cd into A. So I'm gonna have to move these down to make some room for it. A has what in it? It's got a directory named E. It's got a file named F of size 10. I'll do 20. It's got a file named G of size 10. It does not matter. And it's got a file named H of size 40. We can then go into E, which means that we can move all this down yet further. And E contains a file of size arbitrarily 5. That's it for that. We can go back up a level, and then up to D, and then D has its own files in it, which are large. So that's going to be, I'm going to say let's see, J, I don't know, it's going to be 20, 30, 40, 50, because I just don't care. So these are the files that we have. Wow, that's like the worst resolution ever. How do I turn up the resolution in this program? What? Hold on. This program's being dumb. Well, is there really nothing I can do? Fine, I won't turn it sideways. I shan't. We can sum up the contents of each directory like so, right? E has a size of 5. And I guess the thing that I want to highlight is that I'm pretty sure that you can calculate the sizes of each directory as you do the depth first traversal, although you might need a stack of values. Oh, in fact, I definitely do, actually. This solution does actually kind of require me to allocate memory. Actually, let me clarify something here. If I look back at the problem, yeah, you can double count directories and files, and that'll be fine. That's allowed. So, you know, E has a size of 5. We traverse down depth first to I, and then sum up everything in there, and there's no more directories, so we pop back up to E and record its size as 5. Then we can iterate through. We can add that up with everything else in here. 5 plus 20 plus 10 plus 40 is 75. Actually, hold on. Let me start this process over. So here's how I think this is actually kind of going to work. Oh, also I can actually collapse this down slightly. So it'll be a little more readable. Almost fits all on one screen. Actually, if I crunch things, I can fit it all on one screen. Come on, just a little crunchier. There we go. That'll do. So here's kind of how I'm thinking it'll go because of the order that we actually encounter the values here. We start by seeing slash, right, the root. We're in a folder here. We sort of sum up the values of the files that we see currently. So that brings our total for A up to 150, right? Because that's what we see at this level of directory listing. Then we dive into A. I drew this at the wrong level. The root has a value of 150 so far. Then we dive into A and sum up everything at that level. Again, with just the sizes that we know so far. So that brings us to 70. Then we dive into E and sum up along here. That brings us to 5. And then we're done, so we pop back up with the value of, well, and here's sort of what I'm wondering. Like, we don't necessarily need to return a value. We could actually be adding on to each of the prior totals as we go, right? If we've got this whole stack of values. Because basically we just need to track stack depth and increment stuff as we go, right? 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 let's see. Because if we were to do that, it would be, we start out with 150 here, 100 plus 50 at that level. Then we sum up along here, and we get another 70, which would bring this value up to 70, but also this value up to 150 plus 70, or 220. Then we would dive into E, and we would add 5 to everything in the stack. So we got 5 there. We've got 75 here and 225 here. And then we just pop up to sort of like regress our stack. So now our stack is going to be slash A and D, following the path that we've taken so far, right? Like that's the CD slash CD dot dot CD dot dot that we see over there in the example input. We're going to add this up. So that's 20 plus 30 plus 40 plus 50 is 140. And we would add 140 to 225 to get 365. Wow, I did this example really bad. A wasn't in the stack. Our stack was just slash and then D. But there we go. I think that this has resulted in accurate counts for all the directories, right? I think, because I mean E has a size of 5. Yeah, I mean that worked, right? Pretty sure that worked. So I feel good about that as a general way of going about this computation. It doesn't require me to actually, if I assume that we are traversing depth first, which seems to be a good assumption, then I only have to maintain a stack, and I have to just sort of allocate a list of all the directories that I see and the sizes that we got for each of those. But with the, I don't know, man, that stack behavior is still tough. So this is the first Dreams challenge, Advent of Dreams challenge, that requires memory allocation. So, and I mean, theoretically, I guess maybe I could just go with a fixed size of stack, but I don't know, man. This is tough. This is tough. Okay, let me make some space on my desk again here. So the crux of it is how I'm going to track the stack, I guess. The sort of allocation of all the different directories. So let me do a little Dreamiverse search for folder. I've yet to do a search in the Dreamiverse that doesn't turn up exactly what I am looking for. I just love it. Like, how did somebody actually go to the effort of making this? Like, why did they? I cannot explain why they would, but I'm so happy they did, because like it's exactly what I wanted. Just exactly. I guess maybe this is better. Like so. That's a directory, right? Yeah, I prefer this one. Okay. So this will allow me to like display the whole size on it and other sort of directory stats. And what I can do is actually, I mean, this is going to get kind of advanced, but I need to make a thing that can spawn these. It's just so exciting. And in fact, let me, I might want to go, oh, that's the wrong node. I might want to go grab something from my old Lisp in Dreams program, because I think I had a useful thing for this. I wonder if I'll be able to find it if I scroll way back. Yeah, Gritter. Boy, this has too many options. What even are all these things, man? Ah, yeah, that's right. It was all vector-based, but I didn't have vector math. Maybe I don't want to use this. Maybe I don't. But, I mean, it should work fine. Let's make the microchip that the main program is going to go on. This is going to go on another ELF. Here, actually, let's see. I can do that and then detach it and do that whole thing. So that it's like attached to the ELF and can move with it and whatever, but without being attached to the hat where it has weird angles and stuff. That's a little thing that I'm glad to have figured out. Let's pop open the code for that and put it up here and fix it so that I never have to worry about the angle that it's at. And let's get ourselves some space to work with here. So this gritter thing. What are the defaults in this maze? Let's see. Grid spacing, X and Y and Z is fine. Grid start. It defaults to right here, but I will pass in a new position value. The rest should be fine. I guess I'll need to pass values into the number blah blah blah, but that's fine. Okay. So what this thing does basically is it will help me make a grid of things, which is useful for when I'm doing allocations like this. So I can put a tag down in the world. Like literally just on the ground where I want it to go. Let me turn on my grid snapping here so that this is very excellent. Come on, there we go. Okay, there's our grid start. We'll name it such. And we can grab its transform and wire that into, I wonder if I can just plop it right into a, no, that's fine. There we go. That will be the place where this grid actually starts. It'll then step by one at a time, which might not be enough. I might have to pump that up to 2 just to get better grid spacing, but whatever for now. We have to pass in better numbers for these numbers. Let me make a like here. This is going to be grid. This is actually going to be my grid X. As strange as that may be. And my grid Y is going to go over here. Where's vector subtraction, huh? Or you don't need vector subtraction, that's right. Normal subtraction does the job. There's your grid X. Oh, I did the vector math in the wrong order here. Oops. Okay, there's your grid X and grid Y. I'm pretty sure that this is correct. Yeah. Cool. And for the num X, num Y, we're going to make it like a 5x5 grid or some, I don't know. Keep grabbing the wrong thing here. Okay, that should grid its way through nicely. Oh, that's mildly annoying, but I'm not gonna sweat it. Or no, I can sweat it. I'll sweat it all I want. Beautiful. It'll start right on the tags there. That's what I was hoping for, actually. In fact, we'll see what happens. So, what I can do is hook up an emitter now that will be used to spawn these folders. The reason I was doing the gritter thing is because the emitter has a scene space transform for the emitted thing. So you can just say spawn it exactly here, and this thing steps through. I'm going to go ahead and drop in an iterator, just like I've been doing. That, because I presume I will need this in a little bit here. This emitter is going to be emitting yonder folder. Ah, yes, and it will be sticking it into the ground, as I feared. So, what I can do is just move each of these up by a bit. Cool. And if I step this iterator several times where I say, like, on use, we're going to emit a thing, and I believe it will, yeah, it's set to emit once, I presume, when powered. I think. We'll see. And we will, on next, hit the next pin on the grid. And then I'll just throw a switch in there so that I can tick from one to the next. Oh, it's spawning them with velocity. That's exactly what I wanted. Forgot about that. Yep, so it spawns one, next, spawn another, next, spawn another, next, spawn another. Oh, I'm so glad that I had this thing ready to go. Absolute godsend. So, I can, in fact, spawn a whole array of these things, which I'm very glad for, because I think I'm going to need this. Each of these is going to need some fancy logic on it that's going to be sort of per instance state. That's going to use the memory cell thing that I made. First, I need to show invisible. We're going to turn off preview invisibility so that we can always see this object that I am cloning. Let me turn precise move off. It's no longer helping me. Or grid snap, I guess. What other view modes do we have that I might care about? Invisible connections might actually be nice. Does it matter? Oh, X-ray is actually kind of convenient. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Wait, rulers? There are rulers? I don't even know what they're talking about. You can place rulers? Heck if I know. Well, whatever. So, let's figure out the actual on-chip logic here. So first I want to see if I can just kind of assign a number to each, like a name. You know, I should be able to actually do the like ABC blah blah blah. In particular because I just made this convenient thing called a letter displayer that I can just like drop right in here. Where are you going, dude? Is it that it's not powered on? Like, why is it over there? What is it trying to show me? Oh, well, this is fine. I just wanted to put it here, probably in sticker mode. See, why is it so dim in sticker mode? I don't understand this. Like, this seems like it sucks. Well, I won't bother with sticker mode because I want this thing to actually be visible. Okay, that'll do. To display a single letter, what I want to do is drop a memory cell on each of these. It's going to be the letter, and we're going to set the memory cell when this thing spawns, which is a little bit of an interesting conundrum, I guess. So, how did I do this before? Is it sufficient to just do this? This should basically power on for one tick, send that pulse, then it'll feed around and disable itself so that that won't be set anymore. I don't know if that'll be sufficient, but we'll see. One thing I need to do is emit but keep wires. This is an interesting option that is somewhere. Emit with wires, there we are. Which will allow me to actually keep wires like hooked up to this from over here, which is going to be interesting. So I can, for example, wire the loop index into here, and then when it spawns a bunch of these, then nothing will happen, right? Right? Pretty crazy, I know. Power states all seem good. Let me cheat and try to display the letter E. Yeah. So it's just not setting it correctly, which is not surprising to me. Because I had done something with this, I swear. I think what I did was like just emitted here. There is a just emitted signal, which you can like, which I can feed into this. Does this work? It's not quite what I wanted. It's like a pulse delayed. Okay. I mean, it is at least counting up, which is encouraging. Right? I've at least got some per instance behavior going here. But this clearly doesn't work, because it clearly spawns in this. Well, actually, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense to me. Hang on. How do I group these up? Does it not count as being grouped up? I guess it doesn't count as being grouped up. Let's, oops. I need just like a crappy light bulb basically. So let me just jump into sculpt mode and make a circle, a sphere. I didn't want a schmeary sphere, but I got one anyway. That's fine. That's fine. This. There, we're gonna emit that whole group. Does it matter where I like click on it? Does not at all. That's fine. What I'm gonna do on this is when we are in this set state, we're going to hook this up to the glow property. So when we spawn these, right now, it is in that set state. And then, right, so when it spawns, it doesn't tick to the next. And then when it spawns another, now it actually does that set and ticks it off. Boy, you can see you can see all the wires in this mode, which is, you know, wild. So this is not good enough. I think I'm gonna cheat and just like wait for a value to be set in this thing by yeah, like so. I'm not explaining myself well here. Why did that? Hold on. So that spawned with index 0 and then set to A. Well, okay, fine. I'll get the right behavior, I think, if I kind of do the right thing here and add 1 to the index to start with A. So, whoops, start the switch off. Starts with A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, that works. So as long as I'm setting it to a non-zero value, I can do that hack. That's nice. What happens, does the invisible connections thing, that need not apply? Okay. So far so good on, I guess, allocating memory, as it were. Save that while I'm thinking of it. Advent of Code 2022. Day 7. I forgot to give it a name. Oh well, I'll fix that later. So, now being able to actually spawn these things with kind of an incoming value. In fact, let me name this. This is going to be the, I guess that's just the name. The name is a single letter. That's fine. So that is now a convenient port on this thing. We'll delete that. I can set that differently as it comes from my program. I think it's now time to define my input again, which, I mean, it's going to be worse than ever. Just so much worse than ever. But whatever. Let's write it all down. We're going to have two different types of commands, each of which has... Oh no. What is it gonna have? Let's see. All right, outermost selector is going to be for the command. So we have cd/, then ls, then cda, then ls, then cde, then ls, then cd up, cdd, and ls. Okay, that's one. That's one layer of my input. I gotta sit down. Too much stand. So that's the sort of command layer on this whole thing. No, this stupid mic arm that doesn't even work. Blue Yeti, why do you make such crappy mic arms? Okay. How do I encode these actual commands? I think I just need Why do you make such crappy mic arms? I really just want it to stay. All right. If we have a number that represents a specific one of these commands, I'm going to, as I said, sort of take advantage of the fact that it's like, it's guaranteed depth first, so I don't really need to worry about the names. When I see cd/cda, cde, the cd anything command means level down. And then we will immediately see an ls, right? Every one of the level downs is followed by an ls in this program. Every level up is not followed by any such thing. And in fact, what that means actually is that I can make it slightly easier on myself and skip the ls command entirely, although it's really kind of moot. But I think that we might as well cut that bit of sad, sorry state out of the program and have only two types of commands: level down and list, or level up. That'll work for this input. So, two choices. So this is cd down, but it's going to be followed by, and this is the bad, terrible bad part. I guess we're going to have two different types of outputs from this, which is folder count, the number of files in the folder, and also folder size, folder file size, because we're going to be iterating. These names will hopefully make sense in a second. Because unfortunately, very unfortunately, what I have to do is I see that like the first folder has 4 files in it. So I have to set that up. And then I have to wire that across to there, and then specific files within this folder are going to have some size, right? It wasn't enough zeros, or it wasn't enough 9s. Who'd have thunk it? Oh, cool. Dreams don't even go that big. That's interesting. Does it go bigger if I literally can't represent these numbers, then that's going to be unfortunate. Although it doesn't actually matter for this problem, because find all the directories with a total size of at most 100,000. If these things cap out at 99999 whatever, then fine. You know? Who cares? It's above the threshold. I don't care. The terrifying thing is that I do need to also indicate that there are more directories. So, this is so bad. So bad. Okay, this is going to be the current file. And we're going to have some even worse encoding than I thought, because we're going to have one thing that indicates whether it's a file or a folder, and then another thing that indicates either the name or the size. I'm gonna have to switch on that. So gotta pull in one of them 2 numbers for type and size. So this one is going to start out with directory A, which means that that's going to be a letter 1, right? A is 1 in this world. Whoops. And then that's going to be the first file in said folder. And then we just get to duplicate this down many times. Can I? Oh, that's weird. Well, I wish I had realized I could do that before. That would have saved me some time. All right. These are both files. And then directories. This is directory D, which means letter 4. Wire up the power to all these. Unfortunately, you can't spread power across all of these when you do this. That would be super cool, but you cannot. And it's fine, we don't complain. So that, well, I need to put in the size of these files here. They're both extremely large. This one just is the max. I can't get it that big. This one, I think I can, so I might as well. 8504156. So that has a value now. And there we go, that's one folder. So let's see. We need command. This is going to be like command type. Really just command is fine. We're either doing a down and list or an up. I definitely need to consolidate these into microchips though. It's just, there's just no way that I can not. Especially because I need to be like powering individual things on and off, and this is the only sane way to do so. Unfortunately, I do need to then hook up some input iterator types of things and set up some output nodes here. In fact, I can just move these two onto this and duplicate them back out to here. Folder count and folder file, that's all good. But we need folder next, or next file, I guess, would be a better name. No, I need file index, that's what it should be called. Let me get slightly better posture here. There we go. How to chair. Hook that up to that. And just like that, it couldn't be easier. So this is, here, let's see, I'm gonna call this a folder. That's gonna wire out to folder count and folder file, while also the file index thing is definitely going to need to be piped into this graph as well. This is easily the most advanced thing I've ever encoded in Dreams. The command here can still be output through that, and then I guess my only sort of struggle is that each of these needs to be individually powered, and I can either do it like that or put these two in a microchip together. I feel like I'd rather have them in a microchip together. Save myself some pain. Where this is a I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do any of that. We'll just stick with this. It's fine. It's all fine. Nothing is wrong. Everything is fine. So that is CD down and ls with this particular folder files. The next command is another CD down, but with a different folder of files. So conveniently there are 4 things, so I at least have that going for me. It starts with a directory E. That's 5, letter 5. Then a file, 3 files with values 29116, 2557, and 62596. Wire that up. All the wires. Hook up power for those two. The next command is, oh, there are not going to be, I'd counted this out assuming the LSs were separate. We actually only have 1 CD in LS, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 commands. Because I combined the CDs with, or the CD downs with the directory listings. I'll take what I can get. So the next one is yet another. Except this folder has only 1 file in it. In the interest of making this work, I'm gonna pass a hard-coded 0 or a hard-coded 1 over here. And in fact, I don't need the selector at all. Although I'll keep it just to avoid confusion. Selectors can only have a minimum of 2 ports, so you know. What's that gonna be once finished? Welcome Dendy, by the way. This is all this is the program on the left that I have to encode into Dreams so that my little file and folder allocation system over here will actually have some real data to work with. So that is, I'm currently doing the extremely tedious process of converting what would normally be a text file that you input into Dreams stuff so that I can actually then write the program that uses it. So the way that I'm setting this up, there's basically two kinds of commands here. It's like a directory listing kind of thing, where you can go into a particular folder and then list its contents. That's one type of command. The other type of command is that you can go up a directory. And that's represented then by these two types of commands. This is go down and list the files, or go up. I am currently setting up these three go down and list a directory commands, hooking them all up to the selector so that I can iterate through the results later. And now I get to encode the go up commands, which are mercifully very simple. They don't have any other data, so I can just do that. Hooray. Dreams was not built to do these kinds of problems, but I am making it do these problems anyway. So, one more directory listing of 4 files. I'll just copy these down from up here. The files in here, there are no more folders, so these will all just be of type 1. And the sizes of these files will be enormous. 4060174. 803 33020 5626152 and no 7214296, and that should do it. Wire these up, wire power up. And just like that, it's that easy. So if I drop a switch on this, I just want to make sure that everything powers on as I expect. So let me wire that up to, wire that up to next here. Just so that I have something big and easy to click. Okay. And if I make another switch for this, then if I pop open a particular folder, I can iterate well, I think it's working anyway. That's not using the next thing. It's fun to force Dreams to do things that it's not built for. But on the other hand, maybe there's a Dreams-esque method to fake the thing you want built. I mean, if you have ideas, I'm all ears. But this is a sort of nearly recursive problem, and any programming technique that would require recursion or a stack or something like that, you know, Dreams doesn't have any sort of list type. It doesn't have any like compound data at all. So if you want to try and like save a list of values and be like addressing different things that way, you need to either have like complicated logic that has like a fixed size, like a fixed number of variables or memory cells in it where you can set like pick an index and then index into it, or you need to actually like spawn objects in the world to be able to store a, you know, undefined number of values, and then you need to actually be like sending messages back and forth between things in the world to somehow address, and it's like that's a whole other thing entirely. So yeah. But yeah, they're that's my thought process on it right now anyway. So I think that encodes my input. Hooray. Oh, I'm not quite done. I need nodes for the number of commands. Which comes out of this. And I need the command index. Also, is this hooked up to anything? No, that can just go away. It removed the intervening spaces. That's fascinating and convenient. Okay, well, there's one big mess done for now. I'm going to name this input. And now we can start stepping through it, I guess. So this is going to be interesting. I'm going to make a variable for depth because I think that's important. Because I have an idea for how we're going to handle sort of when we stop modifying. So like to pull up my iPad drawing again and explain kind of what I'm thinking here. Come on, AirPlay, please. Thank you, thank you. So the process, again, that I'm going to follow to go back to what I was going over before, if I assume that we're going through all this file and folder information in a depth-first fashion, then I can cheat and calculate sizes kind of as I go, like so. Basically, I'm going to start out, you know, this is my stack over here. Blue stuff is just execution, like stuff I'm doing as the program executes. So I'm going to start out here with a stack of nothing. Then I'm going to start with the first folder, right? I'm going to cd into the root folder, and I just thought of a weird quirk, but we'll get back to that later. My stack is going to be the root folder here, and we're going to sum up all of the files inside of it, all the sizes of the files in its immediate listing here. Now we don't know the sizes of the directories, but we do know the sizes of the files here, 150. So our size is currently 150. Now, the next command is to go down a level, the CDA that you see in the example input. So we're going to be coming into this and listing out all the files inside of it. So our stack is now / and A. We can add up the 20, 10, 40 in here to get 70. But also, we're going to actually add that amount to everything in the stack. So we're actually going to add 70 to this as well to get to 20. The reason is that any files that, you know, we're in a subfolder and we want to add to the parent folder's size as well. So that gets us through that. Then we step down into E and we add that up. So that means that our stack now includes E. Boy, it's really annoying how the like iPad scroll bar thing is getting in the way. So that gives E a size of 5 and A a size of 75 and this a size of 225. And then we're done with that. Then we have CD dot dot, CD dot dot. So CDing up by 2, which basically just pops things off the stack. And then we go down into D and we add up all of these. Now that has a size of 140. And we add that to everything in the stack, so that 225 goes to 365. And that gets us our size totals. And then from there, we can actually go through and do some other stuff with all of the folders, which I admit I haven't entirely thought through yet, but we'll figure that out. That'll be doable. I swear it'll be doable. So, okay. This that's the approach, that's the algorithm, and we now just have to actually implement that counting and stuff. So if we start by where to even begin with this, man? All right, let's see. So first of all, this is our command iterator. I'm going to name them separately. This is the commands iterator. This is the files iterator. Both will be used, but one will reset the other and everybody will be confused. So to start stepping through this mess, the number of commands is the total number of commands that we're looping over here. The folder count, that's the number of files. I guess I could call this num files, and that would be a much more reasonable name for that port. Doesn't really matter though. So num files is going to be the thing powering this iterator. This is going to be the command that we're running. This is going to be the file that we're accessing. We kind of have to access it in phases, which is just very exciting, you know? I'm going to have 2 switches right now to drive iteration because I prefer to do this stuff manually to start out. When we step to the next thing, we need to reset this iterator. The next command means we need to reset our file listing thing. Annoying song. I don't need that port at all. Okay. And let's just get into it, you know? So we're going to take our command. Oh, this is extremely confusing. I'm gonna remove this power thing for now. Otherwise, we're just gonna get deeply, deeply confused. Does this only... Huh, interesting. So it only shows me that when it's all the way over there. I wonder if that's because of like... No, preview invisibility, whatever. Whatever. Oh, I need to wire these up. The command index is going to be the index from here. Use... We'll have to figure that out. I guess this is going to, I should probably put it all on a microchip like right away to start. That would honestly probably be a healthier way of doing things. So this is going to be like run command or something. And we will only run a command when we are in the use state on this thing. Because the way that my iterators work is they toggle between use, next. You can see that the second port here is next. Use, next. So it's like the loop body and then the loop increment. Loop body, loop increment. And so you have the opportunity then on every time you step to the next one to reset state and whatever else. So when we want to run a command, I don't want to put these in this thing because power is going to be funky if I do. Okay, whatever. Let's switch on what the command is, I guess. Which conveniently I can do with a selector and just wiring in the command into the active port thing. Although actually I have to subtract one because I was an idiot and didn't do zero indexed up in the outside world, or up in the input. So, oh well. So this will select which command we are actually running. Either I need to like move this somewhere else. Either step down by a level or step up. I need a variable, like just a dreams global variable, to track the depth, stack depth. That'll just be hanging out up there. Because when I get this command, the first thing that I need to do actually is increment the depth. We'll do it when powered on and power it on, like so. So that right away when we start running here, since that first command is at CD down, we get the depth up to 1. And it spawned a folder to track stuff for us. Now, that spawning a folder is something that needs to be like managed carefully. So also this should not be named run command. This was a mistake. This is make folder. And we are going to make a folder with some properties. Those properties I need to actually set here. And the thing that I'm realizing I didn't do in the input which is unfortunate, is I didn't pass in folder names, which is going to, I feel like it's worth doing just so that my program has better visual output for the, you know, for putting on Twitter and all that. You know? So I'm going to do that. We need the command. We need the why did that get 2 spaces in it, but the other one didn't? We need the folder name. We're gonna do it in here, I guess. Did my music just completely stop? Oh, it did. Cool. So folder name, where folder name is actually like one of these. I'm gonna make 0. This actually works out okay. 0 means slash. So a little bit odd, but not the end of the world. If I clone these over to other folders, then we cd into A, so that's what this one is, right? Yes, that is folder A. This is folder, I'm looking down now, CDE. Yeah. And then this is folder D. Okay. And all I need to do is hook that up to here in every case. Which is super easy to do. And there we go. Just like that. Just like that. That is going to be patched across to the name over here. So that will be one of the values that we set on each folder that we spawn. And in fact, I should be able to see this work already. A, E, D. Yeah. God damn it. I need an explicit init over here. I accidentally set the root folder to be named A as well because I wasn't doing this correctly. But, you know, it shouldn't be that bad to do because we're going to be in this state for more than like a tick, I think. I can make that happen. And when this initializes, that's when we want to set that stuff, so. Why? Oh, because we still need to do the selector kicky trick. I mean, really, we want like a once ever. Didn't I have one of those forever ago? Signal once? I did. Yeah. Good, that initializes things nicely. Those are the folders. I'm also going to take the liberty of using this to tick to the next. Is this gonna work? Annoyingly, not really. It like kind of steps one too early. Well, I'm not gonna sweat it for now. It actually does work to just have this one pump on next, and I'm not gonna worry about it being maximally aesthetically satisfying right now. We're just gonna get it working. So that's all good, right? That spawns folders with the name that I want. I think I also actually want to spawn them with a particular index, because I'm going to need to like iterate through at the end to get values out of them, like to have them sum up. Do I have to iterate to do that? Do I have to iterate to do that? I think I do. It's just gonna suck. So we need like a folder index basically. But you know, it's fine. So that's going to be the I guess I'll just have a like thing tracking the number of folders that we spawned, or is that what this, does this have a number of things spawned output? I don't think it does. Why? No lyrics. I'll just make a variable for num folders. Actually, you know what? I don't even need one. I can just go by the number of commands. I can just like iterate through the, well, like I said, the number of commands. So everything should still get its own index. For debug purposes, I think that I will display, why am I not seeing, oh, actually I need a number displayer anyway. I'm going to put this number in the scene on the back of the folder, just so that I have a debugging aid. You know? I think that'll be nice. Because now if I spawn all those, that's so annoying. Oh wow, thank you for the raid. Sorry if I missed it. Hello, fellow dreamer. Thank you so much for the raid, Kelby Jones. Hello, FileMaker. I am doing Advent of Code. If you haven't heard of Advent of Code, it is a yearly set of programming challenges that are intended to be done in normal programming languages. So, but I'm doing them in Dreams because I thought it would be interesting to stretch my Dreams logic skills to like the max. So this problem is a doozy. It is to read through this like directory listing, this like pretend command line session where it's like, go to this directory and list the files, and then go to this directory and list the files, and then you have to sum up the sizes of all the files in each folder, like track that, and then like sum up how big a certain set of directories are that are small enough, which is a bizarre thing to do. And because this requires me to kind of like track an unknown number of values, I have a system here that is like spawning. It can spawn folders in the world. They've got all these wires hooked up to them so that they can all be you know, participating in the program as they go. So it's tough, but we're finally through the really tedious part. Oh, not that part. We're finally through the tedious part where I encoded this entire input as like Dreams logic, where it's like either go down into a new folder and list its contents, or go up a folder and like having to hook all that up. We're finally to the part where it actually does something. So basically right now, I'm making sure that I can spawn all the folders and then loop through the files within them. So I think that I should be able to, let's see, I'm a little bit afraid of like a weird sequencing problem if I don't do this. So I'm gonna hook up, right when I spawn a folder, I'll use that to go to the next step here on this selector, and this is where we're going to start actually iterating through all of the files in this folder. Selectors are something. You know what's a weird request of selectors? I mean, I'm the only person to ever have this problem, but I wish that selectors could have just a single output. That I could have a selector with just one port, because sometimes when I'm doing this, I actually do end up with a set of just one thing. I had to like special case, there's a folder over here that had just one item in it, and I had to like special case it to just be like, you know what, forget that selector. We're gonna say, you know, it only has one thing. We're gonna kind of like forget a bunch of that other logic. I have a lot of weird problems that no one else has because of the types of problems that I'm attempting to solve here. Since I have a bunch of raiders here, I'll take a brief break to show the most ambitious problem I've ever done in Dreams before, which is a toy Lisp interpreter. If you haven't heard of Lisp, it's one of them real programming languages, but essentially what it is a fancy calculator, the way that I've set it up, where you can sort of snap together a list of operations and values, and then it can run math on them. So I could say, for example, to add the results of, to add, say, the number 3 plus the result of another operation. This is sort of like doing parentheses. I could do like 8 divided by 4 or something, which would amount to 3 plus 2, right? No, get up there. And then when I run this, it like steps through and does all this iteration and spawns the values over there. Oh, I did 8 divided by 2, which it got the right answer. Hey, it did calculate 7. So that's great. It actually did do the right thing. 3 plus 8 divided by 2. So the code for this is nightmarish, but worth showing off here. Stop with your weird lyrical lo-fi. I should just turn the music off. The code for each thing is really truly bizarre. If I pull up the code on, this is this is the plus operator. And this over here is a single list item. The number of wireless transmitters and tags is terrifying. This is a number. It's only slightly simpler. And all of this together forms basically like a giant, terrible state machine. Oh, actually, this isn't even all of it, because if I dive back into this, there's all this stuff for actually like walking through a list. And what else is down here? Come on, zip me, zip me. That wasn't a very good zip. There's that stuff for evaluating a node. There's this stuff for grabbing a value. This simple calculator thing took a week of my life and lots of very painful debugging. But somehow it works. It's a really complicated sequence, and there are things that I could do to simplify it, but those would also be hard to do. Let me, oh, that's a shame. I like, here, I need to like go into play mode and make another simple expression here. Oh, another fun thing that you can do, if you wanted to like nest two expressions, or if you wanted to have it like, you know, if I wanted to sort of add two parenthesized expressions, well, then you'd have sort of a layout problem here, right? Where like, you can't really set up the list this way because they're like overlapping, right? If I put like numbers here, then like which list do they belong to? But here's what you can do to get around that. You can just use the third dimension to make this list can kind of just curl off to the side. And then you can have like multiple parenthesized things just sitting side by side. So like I could do a more complicated expression here. Let's do, it's like, we'll do 5 minus 2 to get our 3. It's so slow to move the numbers around because I don't remember why. Hello? Hello? Did I break it? No, dude. I can't change the numbers for some reason. Well, what I wanted to do was to like be in edit mode here and see stuff flying around, but actually you might not be able to see that anyway. So I think that somehow something broke where I literally can never even edit this, and I don't dare save it. I can only play the version that is currently on the Dreamiverse, and that is all. The end. Nothing more can be done. Yeah, the way they snap, I am pretty pleased with it, but also the way they snap was a huge pain because like getting things to like dynamically snap together was weird. I'm trying to remember what I did. I mean, I think I had to use a follower and like wireless transmitters and stuff so that like you could wirelessly transmit within a range like snap to me, and then the follower would like, you know, use that position or something, and the follower will only like conditionally enable if it has something there. And I think unfortunately due to like damping and other stuff that I put on it, it's like my imp has to exert like a ton of force to actually like drag it through the mud that is the air that it's sitting in. So unfortunately it is kind of slow and tedious to actually build this stuff. But this was never supposed to be efficient. The point was to build a calculator in Dreams. Well, to build a programming language on top of Dreams for no reason. No. Also, if you're lucky, you'll see this whole thing just fall apart. It does that sometimes. because it'll just be like, well, all the forces just died for a frame, and so everything just collapses. Like so. What did I say? Right on cue. This is an unusual problem in programming. Gravity. So let's do 3 plus 6. So we should get a 9 out at the other end. So each of these, like, these 3 little glowy things are like performing different tasks of like running, like it'll allocate something and then the blue one has to like run over to this space to actually like get its value. There's a whole system for like 15. I can't do math tonight. I was thinking 6 because I was going to do 2 times 3, but then I put in 2 times 6. I continue to get the right answer despite, in spite of myself. Now let's see if we get the 9 I thought we'd get. Yay. Beat, get rid of all that. Oh, well, that's another way to get rid of it. Hey, Kaiserpunk. Anyway, that's the thing I made. So I know that the stuff I'm doing is possible. Because I don't know that anything I build is ever going to top that in complexity. But what I'm working on tonight is this advent of code problem. So similar-ish things, and I'm using some code from that, primarily the system that automatically places stuff on a grid of my choosing so that I can have all these folders that I'm spawning spaced out nicely. But now I'm to the part of it where I need to... Why is this powered down? Why is it powered down? Oh, because this is on. That's why. We're to the part of it where we actually need to go through and like iterate through these folders and all that goodness. So we are going to, I think, let's see. After we spawn it, I wanted to wait until after we spawned it, basically. The problem is I'm realizing, oh no, when do I reset this? Because this thing's gonna be powered down and a bunch of grossness. So we're just gonna put this out here. That's what we're gonna do. So we're going to like have a little thing in here that basically is just like did spawn. I'll make a little note on this microchip. And we'll wire that in here, and then out here we'll reset this when we step to the next thing on this iterator. That's just kind of our general reset step. Hey, Johnny Biscotti. We're doing advent of code problems, but in dreams. So we're taking this problem on the left where you're supposed to read through a fake directory listing, and we're doing the whole file traversal thing in dreams. So let's see. When we're in our happy did spawn state, we're going to actually don't need to have an AND gate there. What are we going to do? We've already initialized the folder with the index and the name that we need, and now we need to iterate through all of the files. So that is going to look like, let's see, we're going to get the index of the current file that we're looking at. Oh, that is supposed to go into here. I forgot to wire that up before. We're going to take the current file and split that out because it is it represents it's a 2-number wire with 2 components. The first one indicates whether this file is actually, it's a file or another folder. And then the next one indicates either the folder's name or the file size. I realize now that the folder name thing was wrong and I can just ignore the file. I can ignore the folder name. It was useless. That's fine. So we're going to grab another selector here that's basically going to be used as a switch. I'm going to copy both of these because I did it one indexed on both again. So this basically now indicates I used 1 to represent a file or 2 to represent a folder. Subtract 1 because that's what this thing requires. So now the top selector thing means we're looking at another folder. Bottom one means we're looking at another file. And if a file, that means that this is the file size. And so we can go ahead and add to the like size total for each folder. So I actually need another memory cell over in the folders that we're spawning because, you know, as we're spawning, each one is going to have its own memory on board, so to speak. A memory cell is basically like a local variable. It takes in a value and then it sets that value whenever this set thing is true. As soon as set is false, it's like sticky. It holds that value. I know that theoretically signal manipulators can do that, but I never figured out how, so this is what we have. This gives me the control that I want in that regard. Signal manipulators have some kind of freeze thing, but so this is going to be, need to make a new input node here that is the new file size. And I'm going to have an explicit signal for new file, I guess. I'm going to put the pulse in here because, or sorry, I'm going to put a signal manipulator in here that just ensures that we get a pulse instead of a continuous signal, because we're going to wrap this around and add a value to it. And what happens if you don't do this is it'll like add the amount, add this specified amount on every single tick, which is bad. It'll just count up by whatever it is unceasingly. Incessantly. There's a word in English that means unceasingly, and it's incessantly. So that should add to our size so far. And in fact, what I should do here is... Why is it not showing me stuff? Don't preview invisibility. Thank you. How did that get turned off? We're going to put a number displayer on this thing. Actually, I'll just copy this one, actually. But move it around to the front of the folder again. Because this is going to represent the like sum of file sizes. Am I supposed to be able to like adjust the width of this thing? No? Great. Okay. And let me adjust. I'll like make this slightly smaller and higher up. Yeah, so that we have room for the number underneath, which I think I can make a little bigger. Okay. What this means for us then is we're here. If we see a file, then we can send its size along to the new file signal, and we'll pass the file size in from here. So like, is this gonna work or what? So right now it's 0. I don't know why it bumped up by 5. I'm dumb. I wired it up to the wrong port. One means file, 2 means folder. I literally just got done saying this. What? Oh, I need to like automate the iterating here. So we're on the first folder right now, but I was supposed to step through these. Yep, so that added up not even the right file size at all. Where did that number come from? Like, it has a number, 121574, and I don't see that anywhere in my list. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think that it wrapped around when I added this massive number, which is annoying because I remember seeing this b.txt size here is bigger than the maximum number Dreams will store. And it's not like bigger in any computer sciencey way that makes sense. It's just like, well, maybe it was just that the number slider topped out at a certain point. In any case, I think that what's happening here is actually just that I wrapped around somehow, which is real annoying. But I can get around this by changing the addition logic over here to if I want it to cap out at a certain point and never overflow, if I'm worried about overflow. Because I'm honestly just not sure what number it thinks we're working with here. I mean, I presume. One, 2, 1, 5, 7, 4. Also, I forgot to hook up the use thing over here. So it all continues to be wrong in other ways. This should be, I need an and on this. Only do this if it's a file and we are clear to use the value from the iterator. Okay, now step to the next and then add up. Okay, same result, but easiest way to cap a value is the value slider max. I mean, that's fair. I guess that's, well, I mean, no, that's a perfectly fine solution in my book. I can basically just put that in between these. We don't need decimal places. We'll put it up to the max. That'll set our bounds, and that's what feeds in there. Let's see if that gets us a different result. No. And I can't say I'm surprised, because I think what's happening is that this is producing, this is wrapping around. I need to enforce the maximum somewhere else, basically. Which sort of just means, like, I don't know, working with maximum sizes is weird here. I was hoping that it would actually just cap out and not wrap around, you know? But it seems like it wrapped around. Which is very intriguing to me. It's just very intriguing to me that it would wrap around. Like, what do I get if I just like add two value sliders with the same massive value, right? Like, I just want to play with this now. You can clear a calculator's stored value by powering off and back on. Wait, calculators can store a value at all? I'm not sure what you mean. Well, this whole thing does need to be powered, doesn't it? That's annoying. Let me just move all this off graph. Okay. So if a calculator's B looped into A, then any value you pulse into B is captured. B looped into A? What do you mean they're both inputs? Oh. So you're saying if I did this, then I can pulse things into B and that would store them. Hey, that's bigger than the maximum value that I thought I was working with. This is... Oh, you can output this? Well, this is already actually doing sort of... I accidentally discovered that Dreams can definitely handle numbers bigger than I was currently inputting. So, I mean, that's good and all. And I can't say I'm surprised, because I would think that they're using either floats or doubles internally. That's a neat trick, though. That's a neat trick. So you can... Wow. Well, I'm suspecting that my memory cell implementation is, like, hilariously overdone then, if you can do stuff like this. I hadn't considered that. Although I do need these things to hold state while powered, so that might not change things. But I'm glad to see that it can do numbers that are bigger, but I need to actually input those in some reasonable way. 148481514 is the number that I'm dealing with here. Oh wait, shoot. Why is... So do number displayers also cap out at 999? Yeah. Well, that's annoying. I mean, apparently it can store numbers bigger than that, but I guess that's just the biggest number there is. What can I say? That's wild. I never... So then you can pull stuff in on B. And that... No, that wouldn't... So that would save it in A. Black magic. Black magic. I'll have to investigate that later. That's a neat tip, though. See, I'm glad that I'm streaming in the dreams category today instead of software and game development, where I have been. Because now I'm getting people who actually know how dreams works. Can give me some sweet advice. Okay. So how and why am I seeing well, now I'm not seeing anything. So what did I do? I'm a dum-dum again, and it's supposed to be... Or no, I was actually right. Why? It's a directory, but then I step to the next. So that's supposed to be setting, like, I can't open the microchips on spawned objects, which is unfortunate. So I just have to sit here and imagine. Oh, I deleted the number display. Come back. Okay. $121,574. Did I just type that into my program somewhere and forget about it? Like, no, I don't think so. You can see that this is the one that's currently active. It's being wired through everything to here, where the second number, because that is the second number, right, in this 2-number pair. That's the file in the folder that we're viewing. That traces all the way down to here, at which point this thing is... I mean, I guess I could have looked at it there. I forgot about that. It's a bunch of 9s, which resulted in a file coming over here. And I mean, I can see a bunch of 9s here as well. On this example one, I would have expected it to land on 9s, right? But it didn't. I'm gonna change this to like a different number and just see what I get, because I'm kind of confused. Yeah, something's funky about that. I punched in... There's got to be some... I feel like there's some Dreams internal jank, because I typed in a number bigger than the max. And I feel like that number plumbed its way all the way through somehow. I can't explain it. That doesn't make sense. But I mean, that worked, right? So, and if I keep stepping here, 343841. What? No, again, how does that have any resemblance to this? 343841? Is it just like it feels like it's dividing by something, or like something's operating at low power and it's just scaled it down somehow, like, or I'm modulating something that I shouldn't be modulating. Like what is happening here exactly? If I disconnect this emitter for a second, then we should be able to see it run live. Three, 4, 3, 8, 4, 1, huh? 0.19. I just remembered that my memory cell has a max value that it can take, and it does the shenanigans if you go over it. Because my memory cell is bad, and I didn't think I'd be working with numbers this big. It can only store up to... So here's the deal. You don't want to know what's in here. I was feeling inspired by literal computers, and it stores it in binary using selectors as bits. And it is 32-bit, which means that it caps out at 2 to the 32. And I'm going bigger than that. So, yeah. Yeah. Also, it's got this decimal places thing that is probably not helping me out. Actually, I wonder if I could just... What do I get if I do that? It is cool, but it's not exactly helping me, is it? Ah! It was actually a fixed point decimal. Therefore, I can just throw away the decimal part and get more bits of precision for myself. So, I was thinking ahead the whole time. Yeah. Hold on. What is 1484851 divided by 2? 7424257. Unfortunately, I have to do this times 2 to get the correct number into the program, but that's fine. So, given some of the stuff like you were showing, like there's probably ways of more persistently saving a number in the graph, but the constraints that I had on it were 148488514. Yeah, that worked. The constraints I had on my memory cell were that I wanted to have it like continuously setting while I kept a certain value on, and then as soon as I turn that value off, it's just stuck. And it stays there regardless of power, regardless of anything. Selectors are the most stateful things I know about. And so that was my path forward to, basically I knew that a selector was like sticky state, right? And so I was like, I know this will work, I'll just do this. No matter if I power it off, if I whatever, it should always work. Now, there may be better ways, but okay, well that capped out, but also that's fine, I expected it to, and it doesn't matter. As long as it gets the math right, and that actually, might be. Yeah, it actually could store that, because now that I'm not using those decimal places, I have, I think, up to 4 billion. I know up to 4 billion. I'm a programmer, I know this. And this is comfortably in the millions, and so we're fine. Selectors are fast. Like, they just... I mean, are other nodes, like the calculate, like... What would be a slower node? That didn't work. Is the program accurate? No. It isn't. That was a bug. No? I totally screwed this up, didn't I? This is supposed to be 584. Some gadgets and pulse type things have a rising signal, and signals are 0 to 100 signal in one frame. I feel like I'm going crazy here. So that directory E, and then 111, 29116, 2557, 62596. This is another folder. This is folder E. Yeah, I just totally screwed that up. That was just bad data in the program. And I'm glad that I found this now, because this is file I. Yeah, okay. So to step through again, I'll hook up a clock to this shortly so that it can do this automatically, but iterate through all the files in the root folder, step to the next folder, iterate through all the files in there, step to the next folder. 94629 should go up to 94274. It should add 5. Why? Or no, 584. It was supposed to add 584. Why didn't it? Not 5. I don't know why I thought 5. Selectors are 0 to 100 in a single frame. Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Fast in the like signal processing, like everything happens on a single pulse instead of being spread out over multiple ticks. I gotcha. I thought you were talking about like performance, like thermo type fast. Why add up the anything? I mean, 584 is the value coming through here, so. And it's a file, and I mean, we're unfortunately not in the use state anymore. Here, you know what I can do? Because I'm still ticking everything manually, we'll disconnect that again. We'll tick through to the folder that I care about. So folder E here, where we have just the one value, which is, I think, the problem one. And then this should have already added 1 to it. Why, you know. But I think the problem is probably that this thing like already pulsed before it was ready or something. Because I had this pulse here, right? Sending the value through the selector. No. It's not. I think it's just some confusing wire layout. You can send values through a selector if you turn on this pass-through thing. But to be honest, I have not found that to work very well, because values that are coming in here, when pass-through is on, stuff that you send in here, whenever one of these like pulses, whenever it goes from 0 to anything else, it activates that one. And it's like, well, I don't want you to activate that one. If I'm wiring something into this and using pass-through, I don't want any of the incoming values here to have any impact on selector state, right? So it like it's very odd the way that that works. So although now I'm like questioning that. I had this experience early on, and now I can't remember exactly why, because I feel like if I'm hooked up to this, it should always respect that, but and you would always have something hooked up to this if you were using pass-through. Well, you wouldn't necessarily. It might work if you're using the active port thing. If you're not using active port and you wanted to just step through a bunch of values, then you end up with a problem where right when you initialize, it activates like the last thing because it's like, oh, a non-zero thing on this input. And it's like, well, yes, duh, but I didn't want you to do that because you're in pass-through mode. So that's the thing. It like, it doesn't really work like I want it to. So what I end up doing is just, I just power on the things I care about. Feels safer. So I feel like I just have big stupid race condition here. So, because what happens when I... Wait. I'm looking at this here. Well, those did pulse at the same time, so I'm confused. Like I saw the pulse over here right when I... Yeah, I wish I could debug frame by frame too. Because what I'm looking for here is basically like, as soon as I tick this off, I'm going to see a number come in here, and I'm going to see a pulse come in here. But apparently it didn't take, you know? It just didn't take because this thing is still outputting 0. Selectors can be used as pulses. Wire B into A, then when B activates, it instantly turns itself off. Yeah, I've used something like that before, but let's see. Would that be useful in my situation? And yeah, I'm on PS5. Oh, sure, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I've used selectors kind of the other way, where I wire A into B, where it's like a one-time pulse. But sure, if you do this, then every time you activate B, B is active for a single tick, and then it's off again. I mean, is there any reason to use that instead of the pulse on input on from the signal manipulator, though? Does it, like, delay by a tick? I don't think I want to delay by a tick either. That's spooky stuff. If you're trying to do like one thing one tick and then one thing the next, like, nah, dude, don't do that. Trouble with pulse on PS5? Oh no. Oh no, that's not ideal. Oh no. Well, oh no. I'll try it. I'll try this. Did I do that right? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it pulse. Still didn't take. And who knows where in this mess it is. It probably is something terrible in here, if we're being honest. But maybe not. I mean, if I like Yeah, I mean, you saw it actually doing stuff there, right? It's doing the thing I said where it like adds 1 per tick, but... Hey, what? Not this garbage again. I didn't even do anything. It's doing that thing again where it like executes. Man, any cycle is a bad cycle in Dreams, isn't it? Okay, so just having this here. Why is that not? Oh, because I left this wire in place. I'm dumb. What? 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 Huh? Huh? What is causing this? Oh, it's this switch. Huh. Yeah, there's some deep shenanigans happening now. Have I tried not looking at it while... You know, I've never considered that with Heisenbugs, but I should have, given the name. Have you ever considered that it truly is quantum? I'm real annoyed that this is now working. This has been the story of Dreams for me over the past while here. Look, I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's because that was already high. So, yeah, now it's, yeah. Well, this is one of those moments. This is one of them crossroads where I, like, have to decide if I want to try and fix this for real or just continue with my life and hope that the bug doesn't pop up again. So, let's iterate through everything on this folder. Step to the next one. Iterate through everything on this folder. That's still looking good. I mean, it's still doing what I want. Step to the next one. That did add to that one, which is what I wanted. It added 584. That one's done. Then we should step up, but that's command 2, which I haven't programmed yet. So it's working so far, which is terrifying. Okay, okay. So what I need to do now, basically, it should be relatively straightforward to implement command 2 here, because it's literally just decrement this. -1. That's all. Decrement this depth thing up here, which represents how many like folders deep we are. The one thing that is a little more complicated is that when we do so, we need to like disable updates to a particular folder from that point forward, which is probably just going to make the bug recur again, but you know, whatever. So what I guess I need one more parameter coming in when we create one of these folders. And that is the starting depth. So this folder is depth 2, for example. I'm going to need something to visually output. Oh, I'm going to need another number displayer, basically. Fine, so be it. This is going to be depth. And when we spawn this thing, we're going to just pass in the value of our depth variable, which I guess I'll just put here because who cares? Well, nah, it's kind of a global variable. I want it to be visible. So depth there. As for this thing, I should really, these like debug number displayers, they have a little bit of a funny problem right now. They're backwards. So I need to, wow, is there no way to realign these? There's no realign. Ah. Well, fine. Who puts lyrics in these things? I disapprove. It's kind of odd to me that allow rotation is a thing. Like, why is that a thing? Why would you not allow rotation? Like, I just don't really get that. Spawn all these folders. Depth is 1, 2, 3, 2. It's not quite what I wanted. Here, let me watch this here. If I run this, so it's depth 1, it spawned a folder. Depth 2, depth 3, then it should go back up to 1. And here it is at 1. So like the 1, 2, 3 seems fine. But somehow when I did that one more, that spawns folder D. Oh no, this is correct. It's literally completely correct and I'm an idiot. Because A and D are both siblings, as you can see over in the example here. So that's actually working fine. Okay, great. What that means is I can use the depth to basically say, like, when the current depth becomes less than my depth, shut off updates. Number is frozen. That means that we've like iterated past me in the whole traversal process. Which should be pretty straightforward then. I should be able to just kind of throw all this on a selector and that's it. So let's grab more space. If current depth less than my depth. Then we want to just sort of prevent this from ever happening. Or really, I guess we want to prevent this from ever happening. So maybe what I'll do is just throw an AND gate on here. Ugly wiring, ugly wiring. So ugly. and see what that does, maybe? Well, that's no longer working at all. Because this condition is backwards. Haha. We'll say if current depth is greater than or equal to my depth. You know, that's what we'll say. No, I forgot. This needs to be piped through a selector so that it's sticky. I saw A update there because it's at the same depth as D, but that's wrong. That's just not right at all. So basically, this is going to be the thing that allows us to set this at all, and this will disable it. Okay, now let's try it. And then I'll automate the actual ticking of the clock here. I messed it up again. What? Because I need to flip this back to, back to less than. Have I been doing this too long tonight? Okay, that should stay at 94269. Well, it should stay at 94853 even after we've gone through and spawned D here. And indeed it is. So the root, well, I guess we can't see the root updating because the number is too big. So A and E, I think, were the things that were supposed to be, let's see here, within the actual Advent of Code description here. You know, this directory has a size bigger than we can display. This directory has a size bigger than we can display, but 584, the size of E is 584, A is 94853. I'm pretty sure that was correct. And then A and E would be the things we select, because the condition of the problem now is find all the directories with a total size of at most 100,000, and what is the sum of total sizes of those? So I'm almost done. But this problem is so freaking complicated. There's so many steps to it. At least it's calculating these correctly. I mean, I've got that going for me. But the problem is that I now have to iterate through all the folders. So I'm close here, but what I need to do is actually output the total size from each of these nodes. We'll type that out here, total size. That's just the result of this. And that will be powered on, we'll say, I need another input here that's like, oh gosh. Another node down here that is basically enable, like output index. The index of the folder whose output I want to get, which basically all this does is power on this node. Or no, not directly. If that equals my current index, then output, then power on that node. or no, to the memory cell. That should go to the memory cell, otherwise things will be sad. Okay. So now I can write one final terrible loop that iterates through all of these. Let's see here. One more iterator. That is going to be the number of commands, right? Yeah. Because there can be at most that many folders. Yeah, there can be at most that many folders. This one, that's going to be, let's see. That's stepping through all the indexes after everything's been calculated. And then we have to hook up the index here. We'll go to output index here. Oh, and then the actual output from this is going to come back in here. So I actually need a node for that. This is going to be the folder size. The size of the current folder we are looking at. And if it is less than or equal to 10,000, then we will add its amount to our running sum, which I will make a variable for. Or 100,000. If that's the case, then we'll grab a variable modifier and we will add the given amount when powered on. I just realized something. Hold on. I just realized that variable modifiers have scope on them. Wait, which means that I could actually have variables per group now and not do my memory cell thing at all. I don't think that was possible when I made my Lisp interpreter because they didn't have the scope thing then. So I've been kind of stuck in that mindset because I figured you can, variables are just global. That's just how they are. And if you want to set just one, well, tough, because you refer to them by name, right? Well, there's a scope there. So I think I've actually been making my life very difficult. I'll have to play with that. It'd be really nice to just use the variable system and never have to touch my memory cell thing again. So here's hoping. Well, that's the whole point of doing this advent of code stuff. It's like just throw myself at different problems every day and learn how to do different stuff, and hopefully learn better ways of doing things to really test out how viable programming in Dreams is. All right, let's step through. It's been forever since I saved. Not that I'm that worried, but like, all right. So we'll add up that folder, step to the next. Add up that folder, step to the next. Add up that folder, step to the next, step to the next, step. Add up that folder. And then we can oh no, I think I went too far, didn't I? No, I didn't. Hold on. Aw. I think I don't get to see what the maximum value was because it, aw. Well, that's sad. I had a max on it. All right, run it one more time. I don't need to click it that many times. And in fact, I can then step that, and that sets it to done. And now I can step this iterator. $95437. Was that correct? It's actually working. Oh man. That's the number. So now I really just have to automate parts of this, right? Have it sort of like automatically pulse through everything, which is going to be fun. How have I been finding the programming side of it? Have I run into any troubles I haven't been able to get around yet? I mean, so the programming, like, I mean, I'm a programmer by trade, and this is obviously way slower than typing something out. I mean, like, waggling a PlayStation controller around is going to have a really hard time comparing to even mouse and keyboard this way. I don't even spend that much time typing, so like typing time aside, right? Like just having a mouse would be way better. Like I can only be so fast with motion controls. I don't know, maybe move would be a little better, but it's, you know, I like the system a lot. There's a lot of things that I really admire about it. I really appreciate how far they've been able to push this sort of like pure logic thing where you don't really have to think about timing and what happens before what and all that kind of thing, right? Where it's very pure in that sense. The nodes, I think, are all very well designed. Like, they have very good building blocks for you to work from. They, you know, every node like has a good set of options and lots of like carefully chosen behavior that they don't even document. Like, you know, I like when I discovered how modulating stuff works, or how various like wireless transmitters and stuff work when there's or when wireless receivers have more than one transmitter in range, and it, like, you know, the way that it combines multiple values, and I'm like, oh yeah, they actually thought through this, right? And like and gave me, even in the places where they don't give me control, they at least have good defaults, right? Like they've really put a ton of care into every little detail of the system. Like any issues I have, it's not from like carelessness or thoughtlessness. And that's commendable. I've looked into other visual programming things like this, and like it's always too much of a toy in some way, right? Like it's never consistent enough. There's always like weird edge cases. There's just, you know, a bunch of stuff that degrades the experience, and they've avoided that stuff. There's the biggest problems that I've been having are issues where, and I'm likely about to run into them if I don't, if I'm not careful. I have found terrible things happen when I like do this and have like a big wire around from a late part of my logic to a early part of my logic. And I think I have a hunch as to why, but I don't know for sure. As I understand it, Dreams executes all the nodes and wires once per tick, right? And in order to do that, it has to actually, like, you know, to compute stuff for a particular node, it has to do its inputs first, right? And so it has to sort it from sort of beginning to end and execute in that order. But the problem is when I make a big loop around, now there's a cycle, and it just has to pick some random place to start, I guess. And so sometimes this is fine, sometimes it's not. And that's where the Heisenbugs come in. And that's really unpleasant. That's really, really unpleasant for that to happen so easily, and for it to be like the result of kind of doing the obvious thing where I'm like, well, I get to this state and then I go to the next stage of the selector, right? Like I have to loop back around somewhere, right? What I'm gonna do tonight is use wireless transmitters to, fingers crossed, not have cycles in the wires, and I, you know, and just hope that things continue to sort in the right order, because I spent hours on Monday debugging Heisenbugs of that kind, and that's bad. Like, I appreciate how far they've been able to push this idea of not having explicit execution order, right? It's just data flow. But there is an execution order. It matters sometimes. Like over here, I was afraid, like, oh no, what is the depth going to be incremented before it gets saved in the memory cell or after, right? Those things, they do still matter. You know, they do. And I kind of, that's one of the biggest struggles of designing a visual programming system like this, is like, how pure can you actually make it? How far can you take it before you do have to allow people to like sequence things in much more granular ways or whatever? Can you design it in ways that encourage people to do the right thing and to avoid these things? Can you visualize, you know, where, like, I for one as a programmer would love to see where the like cut points are, where they're like, this is where we broke the cycle, this is the node that we're starting execution on, right? Or maybe what would be even better is to be able to just like select a node and be like, this is a starting node, right? Like, always start here and flow forward. Like, you know, I don't care if you have no idea where the start or end are. Start here. There are definitely times you have to add a frame delay to get the correct data, but it's rare enough. Yeah, and like, I really commend Media Molecule for how rare that is, because I'm amazed it doesn't happen more often, right? The way that they've set things up, you don't actually end up with so many of those problems. I found that my programmer instincts early on were like to set things up in ways that assumed sort of execution order and all that stuff. And as I've sort of unlearned some of that and started to learn in terms of this happens, then this happens, then this, and you just sort of wire one into the next, most of the time you get what you want. You don't, if you're not making assumptions about timing, then things work out better. right? Which is, I think, the right way to think about these kinds of things, especially because in a typical Dreams game, you're not going to have just one big graph of all your logic. You have like a bunch of, and you know, a bunch of goobers running around on screen and sending messages to each other, and it's concurrent. And assuming things about execution order in a concurrent system is like number one thing not to do. So I actually think that there's a lot of wisdom here in what the system encourages, and I had to like back out some of my like programmer thinking, where I'm used to just imperative do this, do this, do this, and have to shift my thinking to like concurrency, independent actors. So these are the things I like about it. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't like a lot of stuff about the system. Like I would never be trying to do this in Game Builder Garage because that thing is like such a pathetic toy. It's like so useless. That's like the poster boy for all those like bad edge cases that I was talking about before. I'm so unimpressed by that game. But this I like a lot. I think there's a ton to learn from this, especially considering how many years Media Molecule has put into the design of systems like this. So, let's see. The main thing here, when we start it off, we're going to be using this command, and then we need to iterate through files, and we want to do so automatically. So we're going to have a clock for that. Oh, way back to the beginning here. More mechanical tinkering in your mind. Yeah. Oh, no, not on that one. I wanted to put it on this one. So this is just, it just pulses on off on a interval and gives me some nice. First of all, it has the ability to reset in predictable ways, which a signal generator doesn't, and it has the ability more easily to just like slow it way down by just putting in a value that will like multiply the frequency or the wavelength, opposite of frequency. Yeah, so this is how fast it's going to be stepping through files. And in fact, we can see it happening over here. Kind of. The first file's too big. When we step to the next, we reset this timer. This is just doing some timer resetting shenanigans to get high, low, high, low, high, low, etc. It starts high. I'm pretty sure. Yes, it does. I'm doing Advent of Code in Dreams. Advent of Code is a yearly set of programming challenges. One new challenge per day from December 1st till Christmas. And they are problems designed to be done in real programming languages, normal programming languages. I'll reserve judgment on whether this is real or not. Let's see here. When this is done, I feel like I need a big selector at the beginning here that sort of defines which state we're in. And as I said, I'm going to use wireless transmitters to handle a lot of this stepping. Did I not have... I could have sworn I had some wireless transmitters kicking around that I was going to use for this purpose. But maybe not. So we're going to have this message sum up. It really doesn't matter whether it's here or there or everywhere, I guess. But also, we might as well. So when we are done with our command loop, that's when we're going to sum things up. That's sort of the outer loop. So and when we're done with this files thing here, we're going to do next command. What am I using as a directory? I've encoded the whole thing on the left here as there's two types of commands. Either go into a new directory and list its contents, or go up a directory. And then for the go into a directory and list its contents, I have either file or folder, and if it's a file, the file size. So I've got it all encoded that way. That's like a guaranteed super tedious part of every one of these challenges. So does this work? No. The answer is no. What the hell did it just do? Why is it spawning? Why is it like doubling up on names here? This is very odd. Also, what are we even getting for this value here? Oh, 0. I mean, I can see that. Oh. I see. When I go up a level, I also have to go to the next command. So, assuming we solve the spawning order issue, that at least kind of almost did the right thing. got us 584 as our sum, which I think is because all the depths and stuff got completely mangled here due to the issues with spawning. Yeah, they are in 3D space, but they're just spawning on a grid. They have indexes sort of stored internally. They're just, you know, they're, you know, whatever. They're like, you know, it's like what it's like. They just, you know. So what is going on here now? So like when it spawns a new one, that's sort of disheartening because I don't really understand how this thing here, there's no way that that's what's necessary to just send a signal through once. But putting that aside, this is a node I already had handy for just like pipe a signal through once. It's somehow now that I'm using the clock, like magically mutating one of these. Oh, remember when I said that I wouldn't have enormous cycles, like enormous wires, like going way back from one part of the program to like the next? That's one, probably. I should probably use a wireless transmitter for that. Where are other big backward edges? I'm just super paranoid about backward edges all the time now. Yeah, we'll throw a wireless transmitter on this. Wireless transmitters will introduce a frame delay. Honestly, that's good. I want that. I think I want that. Time will tell. Powered on the wrong thing. Or did I? Alright, it's actually fine. I'm confused by the fact that we only saw 584, to be honest. But I think it's because these all, there's two of them that have the same index, which isn't supposed to happen, so. The transmitters mostly seem to be working. I'm gonna save this before I get any further. How paranoid am I? So I had issues disappear yesterday when, or on Monday, when I deleted this wire. When I took the 6 that was from here and just hard coded this. presumably because like just because of all the cycles involved, basically. And I just got rid of one. Do I think this will fix anything? No, not this time. Are there other major backwards edges that I've gotten here? Because I've seen this mystery, what I'm seeing almost feels like, well, no, it's not double spawning. It's not double spawning, which is an issue I saw before in my Lisp thing, but it is simply modifying. It's like it is running all of this stuff again, right? Like these are all supposed to get set exactly once. That's what this memory cell thing is supposed to do, right? Like it's supposed to receive this init signal, it fires once, it like has the state stored locally via a selector so that it'll never pulse again. And that should be the only time that these ever get set. And yet what we're seeing is that after running a bunch of this stuff, it picks up the name of A, and like, so it's 0 and 1 right now, but then it picks up 1 and 2. Like, how is that changing? For these to be set at all, I mean, this should only be set like, how paranoid am I? How paranoid am I, though? I always end up doing this where I'm just like, maybe convert it to a pulse. Maybe that'll fix it. Yeah, I wish that would have fixed it. Wait, it did change it. It, made it really incomprehensible. We're gonna walk that one back. You can bake. I just learned about the baking thing today. I actually like, I was reading through the patch notes and was like, good point though. I hadn't thought about using that to debug. Yes, good call. So I've never done this before. How does this work? So I just run it till they're all emitted. And then like just oh my god, this is so good. How did I not? Oh my god, you can just look at it. Well, that's firmly in the like done state, which I guess shouldn't surprise me. Probably what I should do, rewind. Oh my god, you can actually just run it in bakey mode where you can just inspect emitted objects. This is so good. I had no idea. So interestingly, the init signal is still active and it's staying active, and I don't think that that's what I expected. I can't tell where that's coming from. Hold on. How do I get out of... Oh, there we go. I was trying to like scope out. Why would I pass that to init. I feel like that's just a mistake. Oh, no, it's probably kind of sort of not. I wonder... You know what I think it is? Well, I don't know. So here's what's going on, basically. First of all, this whole microchip is supposed to power down when we step to the next command. If we just run this, we should see this turn off briefly. Yeah, it flickers off, which should result in this microchip powering. Yeah, that goes low. Which, you know, should keep this from happening. And yet it's not keeping it from happening. What is even happening here? What was I thinking when I did this? This cannot be the fastest way or the best way to send a signal through unaltered exactly once. I mean, I think the way that I set it up was to like I guess everything's powered off, so that's no good. I think that it's set up so that like it allows for the signal to change while this is high, but as soon as it goes low, then it stays there forever. Hey Benji, I am trying to do this Advent of Code problem, which involves counting up the sizes of files and folders, and I'm so close to getting this to work. I'm really very close, but so let's see here. Yeah, we're in that middle state where it's okay changing stuff, and then so that's interesting. What I feel like might actually be happening is that if it like is too quick a pulse, then my little fancy schmancy one timer doesn't go doesn't go all the way to that like final locked off state. Like there's probably, yeah. I should learn how to use a signal manipulator to do that, because I swear I tried that before and got confused by it, and then just never touched it again. But let's see. Let's pull that out. Because yeah, I know there's the freeze thing, but like when enabled, this holds the current output signal regardless of input signal changes until it's disabled. See, so that is a little different from let me make a little test thing. So if I throw a signal manipulator with freeze on there, and I can hook up a switch to freeze. Right now it should be doing effectively no smoothing, right? Oh, bypass. Bypass seems good. And I'll grab a slider. Right, so then as soon as I enable it, it's completely frozen. If I want it to basically allow changes while this is I mean, this is exactly what I want, isn't it? I guess the confusing like, why didn't I just do this for my memory cells? I'm trying to remember now. Because it kind of feels like boy, I'm starting to get some brain fog here tonight. It's getting late. It's midnight. But I gotta get this working. But what am I even trying to do anymore? Hold on. We're gonna at the moment I feel like this is hanging on too long, basically. And I just want it to like only very briefly for like 3 ticks for a short amount of time actually hold on to those values. And if I run my program slow enough, surely I won't have any problems, right? So if I set this to 0.1 and let's see, how would this work? I basically want it to like on init. Well, but again, that's like an O once. Oh, I can keep the ones. Ha! We'll just one time like start this timer. Can I have it not auto start? Or maybe this works without anything because what am I trying to do, man? Do I even need the init if it just automatically like I'm getting so lost. My brain is shutting down. I am just doing utter nonsense here. So like if this and this, so like for a little bit it'll be active. For like a little bit, just a little. Oh wow, beautiful program, perfect. I did it. I almost did it. That's the wrong number. Why is that the wrong number? When these are all right, they're not all right. Those aren't right at all. The names are right. I fixed the names. Now it's blank AED. And also, A has E's file sizes. God, man, come on. Come on. How do I avoid these problems? It works fine when I'm just like poking the switches manually. How do I just make it run on its own? I thought I was able to get rid of the Heisenbugs, maybe, kinda. But apparently not. I can hold L1 while connecting wires. Oh, I didn't know that. That would have made that would have made this a lot easier. You're telling me I can just bop, 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 bop. Okay, good. Okay, so like why though? Also, but why? But how are you? But why? So but how does any of that work, and why does it though? So it's like right when it steps to the next one, it still is somehow messing with the like size in this really stupid way. Hey, what if I just switched to using dreams variables like I was talking about? You know? What if I did that? What if instead of the total size being kept in this memory cell thing here, what if I instead took advantage of the fact that this was in like a group by itself, I sincerely hope. If not, I'll just make it a deeper group somehow. And made a variable for total size. And then had variable modifiers for updating it instead of this memory cell jank. I feel like this isn't working because I need to somehow like scope, like I need to somehow, oh there we go, easy peasy. Tis group. Well, it still sees the other ones, but like it shouldn't matter as long as it says here, right? Because then it should only look for variables that are like here on this group. So we'll try that out. And we'll try displaying that there. And also I'm going to make sure that my emitter is pointed at the whole group instead of just that one element or, you know, whatever. I'm sorry, why did that go to 1,000? 1,000? Oh, right, because this variable has a max. Dang, variable maxes get me every time. Still got the wrong value, but also it is actually working, so good riddance memory cells, am I right? Wait, it was supposed to be coming out of here, was it not? Will this fix it? Probably not. No, never mind. It shan't. Oh, that's right. I didn't need that single pulse thing anymore. This is enough. The rest of that seems like sort of okay. That I can wire out to there. That's fine. So I've still got that sort of off by one-ish sort of problem, but I can replace these with more variables. I can just replace memory cells with variables all day. Who needs them? So this is the index. That min and max is fine. It's whatever. And on init, instead of setting whatever, here, let me just one time when powered set the index variable that is here to this value. And again, we'll pipe that in. Index 0, index 1, index 2, index... Yeah, that's actually all correct. Is this just going to fix my problems? Make all my problems go away? Be nice if it did. I'd like if it did. Let's test our luck. This one stores the name, which is to say the alphabet, like the number for the letter of the alphabet that the name is. That was not a confusing sentence. Still working. If this works, I mean, then I never have to use memory cells again, and I'm happy. Let's see, I should be careful, because I actually do need to get the variable value, pipe that down to here. But other than that, I have to rename this variable because I have two variables named depth now, and I dare not confuse them. The depths are all correct now. It's just this size bleeding in. There's also a little trick. You can emit without wires and feed into a node looped on itself. It'll get the value for frame during emit, and then wires disappear. Does it? See, I was experimenting with that before and thought that didn't work. But if I'm using this, it was probably that I like needed 2 frames in order for my memory cell thing to work or something. Because that's pretty much what I wanted to do from the start, right? I didn't want to have all these wires here. Although, unfortunately, I do need the wires back. No, I'm using the wireless transmitter. Hey, okay. No, I do need wires, unfortunately. These things remain active. So all of these would, yeah. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. But I'll have to play with that because that's sort of what I was hoping I could do, right? Is just like have values going in, spawn thing, and it's stuck that way, right? Like that's the dream. Although if I have to sometimes spawn things with wires, then I guess I could feed them all into signal manipulators that freeze them, I guess. Or some such like that. I'll probably just have to play around with that. It seems now like I might have a legitimate bug. Like everything else is still working fine, right? Like it's just inheriting this like when E comes in with its file of size 500 or 584, A is picking it up, which is weird. Also, this summed up nothing now. Why did it sum up nothing? Like, why? This is even receiving... Is it not actually receiving the variable value because the variable value is like a fat wire with a bunch of stuff? Is there like some shenanigans with that? Normally I expected it to decay to just a number. But it's going all the way through a all the way through this. No, that's clearly working. It's just always receiving 0 for some reason. Eh? Oh, I didn't wire anything in here. There was a case that I missed. There we go. Hey, at least it adds up the two 584s separately now because it has the indexes all correct. 0, 1, 2, blank, blank, 5. God, we're so close. Like, but this feels manageable now, and it feels a little less Heisenbuggy. So, what would be causing... Or wait. No, the problem... No, wait. The problem is that A isn't iterating at all. It is supposed to add the value to A, but A has stuff of its own that's supposed to be running, and it isn't. So that feels like a problem. It's just a problem with the second iterator, isn't it? Yeah, that's gotta be it. Cause it's iterating through. Yeah, it's like this iterator resetting thing is not everything that I want it to be. It's just not. Um, it feels to me like this is the issue. It's like this clock reset and the like weird problems around that. Like if I didn't reset the clock, would it just sometimes work? Yeah. That's the right answer. Do I just count that as a victory even though I'm pretty sure that it would fail on other inputs? Because that's the right answer. That is. That's the answer. Given that it's after midnight, I think that is pretty much it. So I do have to go through my usual very important step of making the whole output prettier. So I'll do that. Um, let's save that and hope that just scooting stuff around in the scene doesn't like fundamentally break anything as it did for one of my previous day's solutions. Let's grab the same scene that I've been using. Can I just say, I freaking love that like everything I've ever searched for in the Dreamiverse, I have found. Like, who is making these things? Who is out there sculpting, you know, computer-esque folders for files? Like, who's doing that? Somebody is, and I'm super grateful, but like, who? Why? No, wait. Shouldn't do that because these tags are no. Actually, it is fine. I can't delete this. I didn't attach them to the ground. Yeah, I mean it's like literally crazy how easy it is for me to snap stuff together. I mean, so like Monday's thing had me. I'll just back out and show it because I can. Um, Monday's thing had it was a problem where it was like moving crates between stacks, and I just like did that. And so it's just like, oh, good. Here's a dock and a boat and an ocean and trusses and a claw, and a crate and every asset I need just right here, and I can just set this whole thing up to do it. And it's like, and they're all like good to great assets, which is crazy to me. So, I mean, I'm continually kind of stunned by that. So, there's my Advent of Code Day 5 solution. Just gotta put the finishing touches on this. Look at his little legs go. That's hilarious. Some of it, I'm sure, is just me. Like, I did stuff in dreams for like a really, you know, for about like 2 or 3 weeks close to when the game came out, and like really haven't done much since then. And so then I come back and it's just like, this has everything. What? No music. No. What? What? No. Why? What was that? Okay, this is reasonably good. Let's pop this open again. Throw some text displayers on there, and or number displayers, I guess. No, it's the wrong displayer. Let's see here. In the scene, no border, no box, white text, bold font. The usual works. So I think this probably is enough on its own. Yep. I guess I don't really like having such a long gap there. Here, I could maybe, let me see if I could speed that second loop up. I feel like I dare not touch the timer for the other loop. Yeah, we'll call that good. I don't want to bother to put in like a thinky indicator or anything like that. Oh, shoot. I kind of need to see where everything is so I can set up a camera. Here, I'll hide these for a second so that I can actually see anything. Let's drop a camera in there. I need to be able to see all the numbers. I mean, that seems to work. Can probably just leave it at that if we play it out from here. Yay! Hooray. All right. Let's see. Can I play it out again and then save from here? I guess I could just go ahead and, or no, I need to edit the name anyway. Save. I just wanted to save it and get a different thumbnail because it's working now. It's kind of a crap thumbnail, but oh well. like, why is it so zoomed out? Why is it so zoomed out? Alright, let's see here. What's the name of this problem? No space left on device. Wait, I don't think that I published my day 6 either. Oh no, I did. Okay. So I can publish this too. Cool. Add today's solutions to the board. Oh, do I not have, like, this doesn't keep, oh, it does keep expanding. Good. Good. Keep ticking along. And with that, 1 week of Advent of Code I have successfully done. That's a milestone. That is quite a milestone. I'm happy with that. I know they're only going to get harder, but I got 2 problems done in 5 hours, one of which was pretty hard. Oh, well, I won't be looking at the next one, not until tomorrow. I should be able to do this tomorrow, right? I mean, I'm planning to do it every day, but sometimes stuff comes up. Yeah. So, back at it again tomorrow, I guess. Thank you so much, everyone, for, let's see, Kelby Jones for the raid earlier, and everybody here from the Dreams community who's been hanging out and giving me advice on this. I love learning new stuff that I can do with this and better ways of doing things. Like, that's the whole reason I'm doing this. So I super appreciate all the little tips and tricks that you guys have given me so far. And, you know, always just appreciate having people here to keep me sane. So this is fun. Be back again tomorrow evening. See y'all later.